Sorry, I was a second there. I wasn't on stage. I wasn't here. But yeah, I'm back for another streaming, um, reading, reading sprint with you guys. Reading sprint today. So yeah, I mean now as you see, I'm going back to the old title, which was reading, doing, and procrastinating together. Because procrastinating, it's what we do. I mean, either we do, we read, or we just kind of think what to do. It's kind of what we often end up doing, at least with me. Or like, you're supposed to clean and you read instead, or you're supposed to read and you clean instead. So I mean, yeah, you procrastinate what you're meant to do in a way. So yeah, today one of the sprints, for me at least, might be a nap sprint because I managed to wake up at like a bit past 6 in the morning. So yeah, that was fun. I suppose you could say, Renee, just go back to sleep. Well, when it's springtime and when the sun comes up early, which it does during the springtime, well, then it's kind of difficult to go back to sleep. Yes, I have a cardigan. I have curtains, of course, but still, I mean, even though I have curtains as this, I still get sunlight into my room. So, and also the birds are singing. So yeah, I did like manage to sleep a bit more, but not a lot. So yeah. Hmm. Um. So I suppose, and yeah, also I'm back earlier than last week because now it's not resetathon, so I decided I'm gonna go back to doing the starting at 10 instead of 10:30, or 10 my time anyway. And yeah, also, what was I about to say? I thought I was about to say something. Yeah, I'm here earlier than last week. Yeah, napping. Um, Time during the sprints, during the day, during one of the study bits, I have some unwrapping to do. Right. Unwrapping, I'm not gonna show you my address. It was just quick view, but yeah. So this is actually like the package of a Norwegian bookstore, but I bought it from a friend of mine on Discord. So this is kind of they reusing package, which is always good. I mean, instead of throwing his away, reusing stuff, always good, I say. So yeah, I have that. I have actually not have had my first cup of tea, so gasp, I know. I have put on tea water, so I'm gonna do that the first sprint. I did just, as usual, I'm late with stuff. I did just start my breakfast, which is kind of scrambled eggs with kind of leftovers. That's what I'm having right now. It's good. I feel like what's not making it very good is that I have cucumber there. I suppose cucumber and warm doesn't really work together. I feel like it doesn't really work that way. So yeah, that's fun. But yeah, it's not awful. It's not awful. That's far from it. I already have today's video is going up. I mean, except this video that's going up at like 12, and I'm just gonna give you a preview. It's a review of this book, which I finished yesterday and love so much. Good Duke Gone Wild. Check it out if you like historic romance. It's amazing. And yeah. Hmm. So what am I reading today? Today I'm planning to do some library reads. Because as usual, I've gone to the library, gotten lots of books, and as often happens, got a lot of books from the library and then ignore them for the books I own, or ignore them for just not reading. I mean, that happens sometimes. So I got a notification that I have to return this soon. So I thought, okay, well, I have to return soon. Should I have returned? Anyway, I feel like also like you're supposed to return it the 7th of May, like for example today, and you return it the 8th of May. At least here in Norway, it's not that big of a deal. If you return it the next month, of course, that's a big deal. But like few days overdue, not that big deal. So yeah, I think I might start with Null Stress, Julia Walsø, which is a travel log. So this is a blogger, Julia Walsø. She's a Norwegian blogger, and she actually traveled around with her family in a caravan around Europe. So this one is going to work very, very well for Eurovision Fund. And it's also very prudent because she writes in the beginning where she goes. She goes to Sweden, Denmark, Faroe Islands, Netherlands, UK, France, Spain, Morocco, Italy, and the Balkans. So yeah, she's been a lot of places really. So yeah, this book is gonna be cool, and it's not long. It's 207 pages, so that seems to be a good book to pick up. I feel like also need to read it. Then we have Ekte Sportskjhelter by Marius Lien, which is this biography thingy with like sports, athletes, and then picture, and then their story. So yeah, might also do that one, I think. And that is again, yeah, not a long book. So yeah, I suppose today's the day for short books, or again, today's the day. Today might be the day for short books. I never know, but that might be what happens anyway. Then we have Hva frykter Israel for Palestina? What does Israel fear from Palestine? A non-fiction book all about the Palestine-Israeli situation. So yeah. And then we have, yeah, we also have these. I mean, again, I'm a reader, so I could just show you my whole unread books, but these are the ones that I think I might read. Yeah, like, even though I'm reading, I sometimes still feel like there's some books I'm more likely I'll pick up sooner rather than later. So, yeah. We have Døden og Pingvinen, Death and the Penguin by Anton Kurokov, which is a Ukrainian author. Mask and Shadow by Stephanie Burgess. I love Stephanie Burgess, so I might get back into this one. And then another library book. Well, that one was also a library book. Secrets of the Seven Smallest States of Europe. So you have a non-fiction book all about Andorra, Monaco, Malta, Vatican City, San Marino, Liechtenstein. So might be. And yeah, just sorry. Just a little FYI, I also yesterday I started Accidentally His by Sabrina Jeffries, and so far I'm very much enjoying this. This is a historical romance with spy, or like, yeah, honestly, yeah, I would say it's a spy aspect to it as well, which very much enjoying it. So three chapters into it, and it seems to be the third in the series. I haven't read the first two, but again, it's a romance series, so it's not like you have to read the first two. I mean, if you read the first two, you'd maybe know the characters more, but still, it's not like you can't. I feel like some people think you have to read romance books uh, in proceeding order, but I'm like, do you? Do you? Because romance books is all about people finding love, and sometimes you have characters who show up in different books, but rarely is important to know the people. It's just like you get more of the backstory. You understand like this and this scene. Like if you meet a couple that are married in this book, and then the first book, second book, they didn't meet each other. Maybe this book you see people who are pregnant, and like in the second book they were just married. I mean, things like that happen. But again, I feel like exactly reading in the order isn't that important really. Though I do think I probably will might go back and read the first two books in the series because very much enjoying this book. Very much am. Uh, anything else to say? Oh yeah, yeah. Else, yeah, right. I mean, lots of maybe things here, but let's pick up again. Stolen Focus by Johan Hari. This one book came out a few years ago now. It's like a big famous book. Yeah, it's a non-fiction book all about focus and how to keep focus. It's some people think it's all about like how not to be addicted to your phone, and it's that, but it's also ADHD. It's also our brains. It's a lot of things. And I did start it back in January for book club. I got quite a bit into it, but yeah, I didn't finish it, which is kind of ironic. A book about keeping focus, not finishing that book. But yeah, I did read like a lot of it. I have just 100 pages left, so I think I might maybe I'll do this one today. Again, so many options. Who knows what will happen really? Well, one thing I do know what will happen is that I will drink more water, I will eat up, and I will go outside on my mom balcony, and enjoy the sun. That is my plan. And yeah, as usual, people haven't showed up in the first little bit, which fine, fine. And people came lurking, it's also fine. Yeah, I'm thinking that's gonna be it for the first 30 bits, and then let's sprint, and then I'll see you. And yeah, as usual, in 72 minutes. we're back for the first chatty bit. Yes, I have my hat on because it's sunny and nice outside. So yeah, I finished my breakfast. I had a cup of tea, and I started this one. I kind of had a feeling I might start with this book. I got 75 pages into it. It is like it's kind of I would say it's kind of an airy book. Like sometimes you have you know which sometimes we have like pages where it's lots of no words, which yeah makes it a quick read. Uh, so this I'm enjoying it, but it's kind of interesting because I don't know if I said this, but yeah. Anyway, this is all about a family. On a family of five, sorry, five, four, who decides they kind of want to do something different. So they end up going traveling for 1 year in a caravan. That caravan they make it themselves and yeah, so like it's all about them traveling around Europe, and you would think that it would be like a sort of like how it is to travel in Sweden, Denmark with kids. And I suppose that's yeah, I would say it's more like focus on traveling with kids than where they are really. They talk more about like uh, not going to kindergarten, not going to school, not going to job. It's kind of more talk about the alternative lifestyle. That it's not like that you. It's not really that much of a travelogue. You don't really see how it is to be in Sweden, how it is to be in Denmark. It's like mentioned quickly, but like they go caravanning, and like I would say so far, it's a lot of them parking and the kids playing in a wood with I mean every country or most country has woods, so yeah, I'm enjoying it, though it feels kind of weird to like read a book about traveling when you don't really get the feel for where they are. It's just kind of they just are places. Uh but but yeah, interesting read. I am i am enjoying it. I'm kind of thinking though, would it work for Eurovision fun? Like, can it work if it's set places, but it's not really specific to that place? But then again, I suppose, I mean, with Eurovision Fun, it can be like that there's just one paragraph about the place. It can be that there's just one character that's from the place. So it doesn't have to be that specific. So I'm thinking this could work. I am thinking that I might use this for the Netherlands, which is the bits where I just started that bit. So I suppose maybe some bits are more focused on the place than other bits. That could be. I don't know. Maybe. But yeah, I am enjoying it. Book. I am. I suppose this is also like one of those books where it's. I mean, some books you read because you recognize yourself, and some books you read because you want to read something different. This is a story about a family of four traveling in a caravan. The main the main person is well the main like the narrator is the woman in the relationship, the mom, and yeah, the woman in the relationship. I don't have kids, I don't have a partner, and I've never traveled on this scale, so this whole scenario is kind of different for me. And also in the beginning she talks, or also I would say throughout it she talks about like how every day is so stressful. I've never had that stressful of life. I would say I was supposed. Yeah, I did a bachelor's degree, and that was stressful at times. But I never had a full-time job, and right now I'm living on welfare, and it's very stress-free. Which, yeah, but I mean, that's kind of like what reading is. Sometimes you read about people similar to yourself. Sometimes you read about people completely different than yourself. But yeah, it is it is a good read so far. Yeah, and yeah, let's get to the comments. We had Rebecca show up, saying hi. I don't know what I have been saying. Yeah, saying hi. Or hello, I'm going to be brave and go and cut the grass in the front garden. I hate doing that as I feel really self-conscious. Gardening isn't really my thing at all. LOL, LOL. And then going to come inside and read. Which, yeah, I mean, I suppose sometimes you have things that you have to do. Like if you have a garden, you have to take care of it. If you have a dog, you have to take care of it. And it's not always fun, but that's part of having a garden, really. I suppose technically I have a garden, but I live in I don't know how you could say that. It's kind of like I live in a community, so like we have again words. We have a janitor who does things like cleaning, and he does like the main air, the common areas. So I wouldn't say we have a garden. We have like a patch of some flowers, and that's kind of taken care of by the janitor and whatnot. So yeah, that's kind of I suppose depends on where you live. If you live a place where you have a janitor, that's easier. But if you don't, you have to do it yourself. Really, it's facts of life. And then I said, cutting grass sounds smart. If you have a garden, it needs to be looked after. And after you can read with the knowledge that you enjoy the book. I mean, if you do something first that you have to do, and then afterwards you can just sit and enjoy your book. Don't think about, oh, I have to do this, I have to do this, oh, I should do this and this and this. No, you can just enjoy your book because you've done stuff. As was, yes, there's always stuff that you should or maybe have to be done or that you should do. But I feel like, I mean, at least for me, I feel like life's a bit of balance. I will say, like, do something that you should do and then read a bit. Do something that you should do and then read a bit more. And also, you could also say that reading itself is also kind of thing that you, I suppose, sounds bad to think about that. But yeah, you shouldn't really, I feel like you shouldn't think of books as things something that you should do. But in a way, reading is good for you. It makes you less stressed. It makes you in I mean the context of the book makes you like different because everything we read will influence you some way or another. But also the fact that just reading itself is uh, a great activity. A lot of people don't read. Reading itself is smart and good. And I suppose you could say like being adulting and then switching up books for like just doing something silly, doing something not smart. I mean, you should balance it out. You should do both. You should do things that you have to do, and then do things that you enjoy, that you like to do. And yeah, which is kind of basically what I said here. And then I said 10 more minutes. I came a few minutes later than myself because forgetting the time. But yeah, Rebecca says has like an interesting read. Although the thought of her three children in a caravan when they were little sounds a nightmare, a week's holiday was more enough. Yeah, I could also like, I mean, people tell her because, of course, a lot of planning has gone into this. The prologue of the book is in 2019, where she thinks like, is this all there is to life? Like the kind of hamster wheel of life, and she gets the idea of traveling. And then she just like uh, a lot of thinking and a lot of planning goes into it, and then they end up traveling in 2022. And so then they have kind of saved up for like several years and whatnot. Uh, and yeah, people often like say to them like, "Why do you plan to do this? That sounds crazy. Why are you doing this?" And I suppose, yeah, I mean, some people at least I feel like I hear about some people who take their kids out of school or out of kindergarten who go traveling for half a year. I feel like that's kind of thing that Europeans do because we're privileged enough to do that. Uh, and then you hear about people who go sailing around the world and whatnot. Uh, but yeah, people like when I've talked about this plan, yeah, like Julie, the narrator, people often say like, "Oh, you're crazy! Why are you doing this? I could never do it. I could never do it." Which is supposed, I mean, it's one way of saying it, but also like a challenge to trying to go through with it is also kind of good thing, I would say. But yeah, and I also feel like it's different with 3 children and 2 kids. And also, I mean, of course, families are different. But yeah. So yeah. I suppose also it's kind of practical with that they have a caravan because they have a lot of things in the caravan, so that makes it easier than just kind of traveling and using hotels. But yeah, let's get see more what Rebecca said. Rebecca's almost agoraphobic and hates being outside. It's a relief to be in again when I'm walking the blue fields now. Yeah. Oh, okay. You're reading Walk in the Blue Fields. Well, the blue fields could be somewhere you walk, but yeah, you're reading about Walk in the Blue Fields. Yeah. Um, yeah, yeah. If you're agoraphobic, traveling in this way would be crazy in a way. So yeah, I mean, it's interesting to read about, but it's definitely not for everyone. I would say not for everyone really. Personally, I've actually never interrailed. I've never gone backpacking actually. As I said before, I don't know if maybe I haven't said that enough much in my sprints. Anyway, if you haven't don't know that, I've actually traveled a lot. But I've traveled like mainly with people. I either traveled with family and sometimes with friends. But like traveling for a long time, like backpacking something like that, I think would for me would be too much. And and yeah, caravan. I suppose maybe I could go in caravan, but like for half a year or a year, I think that would be too much. Really, for me, it would be too much. You're reading Walk the Blue Fields. Short stories. Is it like short stories about the woods or like short stories about what? Because that sounds like a very interesting title, I would say. And then we have Hermidon still in bed, which interesting. Uh, yeah, Rebecca says hope they feel better soon. I would say like in bed could just be that Hermes has a bad uh, has slept badly, but I suppose could also be that you are sick. Are you sick? I suppose then Rebecca said. Rebecca said. Hermes said thanks. Oh, it's a fibromyalgia. Yeah, so it is. It's not that you just haven't slept well. It's because of your body being a jerk. Yeah, so it passes, but it just takes some time. Yeah, that is no fun. But yeah, plus you just kind of have to wait it up, really, and time will help. I mean, some things, sometimes you can take a painkiller and that will help, or you can take antibiotic and it will help. And sometimes you just kind of have to wait it out. Not all things will kind of has like a pill to fix it, make it all better. I suppose sadly, I mean, you want things to be better. Oh, oh yeah, you said you're ill. And yeah, now I'm seeing that ill in bed. I thought you I read it at still isn't is still in bed, not ill in bed. Still ill. Like kind of similar. Yeah, and then yeah, I read it at still. Yeah. It's me who read wrong. I mean still ill, the quite similar words. So yeah, my mistake. And Rebecca, you're good. You can read words. You don't put letters in there. Shouldn't be there. Not that it's a big, big mistake. Like, oh my god, I read it wrong. But yeah. Um yeah. Hopefully, Hermie, your day will get better as the day goes. So I would say as the day goes by. I mean, as the day goes on, I suppose. Yeah, as the day goes on, hopefully you'll get better. Yes. Um, I had slightly thoughts. Maybe do you want to see me do the unpacking? Because said I have a book to unwrap. Do you want to see that right now, or should I do it next chat bits? I mean, we have yeah so many people in the chat. I mean, it's kind of fine because it's just such a difference between like here and yesterday and cookie chat when the cookie chat was like so filled up. We were chatting like an hour, lots of comments, and then with me in my streaming, it's like often three people or two people. Uh, I mean, it is what it is, really. I shouldn't go on complaining about that, really. But I suppose it also makes it easier to actually not have long chatter bits because I could also do I do also do that sometimes. But like, it's easier to just like say hi, say to the comments a bit, and then go into another sprint. And then Rebecca says what the book is about. Set in rural Ireland, they're about family relationships and Irish culture mainly. Claire Keegan is the author. Ah, Claire Keegan. I think I've heard about that author. Have I? Feel like I have, maybe. But yeah, okay. Rural Ireland. That sounds like a interesting. So it's like all about the different because it's short stories. It's short stories about one family, or is it just they're all set in Ireland? Because I mean, often a short story, a bindable short story book would like have some sort of connectivity to it. I would think at least. Well, mostly have some sort of it. Yep. And then Rebecca says yes. So yeah, I'm gonna open the book. I'm gonna get. Am I gonna be smart here or am I gonna be silly? Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna get. I'm gonna get nice. Because I have a knife here I can use. I mean, it's kind of a bit dangerous to use knife. I suppose it is me and I'm adult, functioning adult. I'm responsible. No, but yeah, I think I can do it without. It's just if I do it this way, I'll only hurt the air. So, and yeah, I know I have said that I will be buying less books, which I suppose is come true. I've bought less books this year than before. I still have bought some books, but there have been less than before. But yeah, this one I found through Discord, and it's a book that I've heard about and thought, you know what? I can't stop myself. I'm gonna say yes, I'll buy it. Also, when you buy used books, it's used. It's not so expensive. I mean, can you say no to used books? I feel like you can't. Maybe you can. I feel like you can't in a way. At least I can't. I don't think I can. Let's open it up, and then we have it open. Boom, ba-dum, ba-dum. There's a bubble wrap here also. Nice. People are so different. Like I've sometimes sent books. Like I've sent one book in the mail a few weeks ago for someone who won something in a giveaway here in a stream, and then I've sent some books to people who bought books for me. So I sent some books like within Norway. I usually don't really use bubble wrap, and other people seem to use bubble wrap. So I'm like, should I maybe use bubble wrap? I usually just kind of find something like envelope something to have it in, and then put it in there, and then find a address. I don't know. Maybe I should do it. I don't know. Ba-ba-da-ba-dum-bum. The Kiss Countdown by Ethan. So first, I remember just because she was selling lots of books. I'm like, yes, I want that, but just recognize like the title, and now seeing it, it's like, oh yeah, this book. So I heard about this book from Figured Mates, which is a very cool podcast. They actually have new podcasts every Wednesday, so a new one today. I might not get to listen to it because my phone is just still being wonky and stupid. But yeah, this is a romance, as kind of from the title you could guess that. Kiss Countdown from the cover as well. It's all about, yeah, it's relationship between an astronaut and someone. I don't quite remember what she is. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da, ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da, ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, so it says here in the flippity flip. I'm gonna call it flippity flip. That's yeah. Yeah, that's the dealio is Vincent is an astronaut and he's going away, well, going to space. And then Marie, she's just jobless and needs a place to stay. She finds Vincent through circumstance. Uh, she finds him in a coffee shop, and then they end up talking. And he says like, should we maybe do a fake dating because he has a house. He needs someone to stay in the house, and I don't quite remember. Okay, for some reason, he needs to be in a relationship. So she fake dates him, and then when he gets to space, she can have a place to stay. So that sounds cool. And of course, I mean, fake dating always ends up in dating. And yeah, it's kind of fun really to read about a romance with an astronaut. I mean, honestly, for me, I love romance. Well, okay, to put it in another different way, I love great stories in general, but I also love romances. But it's also kind of, at least for me, it's kind of fun to read about people who have different or weird jobs, like astronauts. You know, they exist, but like, yeah, why not have a romance with an astronaut in them? Like, have a romance with like a specific weird job. That's what I mean. Is an astronaut a weird job? Well, maybe in a little way. And also, at least I feel like astronauts. You kind of think of it astronauts as like old timey career. Like you think about astronauts in the 60s, but like you still have astronauts today who go out in space. Like it's still a job. So yeah, gonna be. I think I can't thought about it in the 60s because I heard also about a book that's all about astronauts in the 60s and their love story. I think that also might be a series. I don't remember. Anyway, yeah. Anywho, yes, this book looks very fun. I love this cover. Um, it looks to be actually again words fairy loot book because you have the spine art, which very nice. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this book. It is 330 pages, so not that long, which is fun. Yes, nice, nice. It's like, I mean, it's book juice, but it looks very new. I suppose maybe they got it from Fairloot and then didn't read it at all, or like it doesn't look used at all. So that's yeah, very fun. Quite a bargain. Not that I have anything against used books that looks used, but nice that it doesn't. And also kind of nice that it's like art inside. Love that. Ooh, nice art here as well. Cool. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this nice like about the offer here. I'm kind of curious. What is the offer's? Oh, what the offers other books are? So that's interesting. But also, it's signed. Ooh, fun! So fun, so fun. Yeah, I did not know. I mean, I heard about the book, and I think maybe I saw. I think maybe someone said it was Fairloot, but I just kind of thought that book is cool. But yeah, well, the art here, it's like and then sign, and then art here, and then I'm excited. I am excited. Okay, let's see what people are saying. Here, yes, the short stories of Staten Island. Hmm, nice. And then Rebecca said, yes, the new homes and love. Yeah, used books. They don't count as buying books. They need their homes as well. They need homes where people appreciate them really. If people are selling a book, it's for a reason. And if you buy it, it gives someone you pretty nice home. Hermie loves the cover. I do as well. Is that going to be my next read? Ha. I suppose maybe I will. I mean, I had lots of other books. Well, I think I'm probably will try to read someone's other. I have some other library books I should get to. But is that going to be my next book that I own? that I'm gonna read. Yeah, not unlikely. I might do that. I mean, I'm like, it's nice, and then I put it on my shelf, and then don't read it for like weeks, months, years. But you know what? Maybe I'll read this soon. I am doing a readathon based around romance. I mean, I suppose you can read ever, but you get extra points for romance. So I might do that. I might do. Well, I'm kind of curious. Did this book come out? It came out last year. Okay, cool. So, but yeah, I mean, it's not like last year, it's a long time ago, but it didn't come out this year, but still, pretty new book. And, I did say to people in the first chat bits what I was planning to read today, but I think a lot of last chat bits were lurkers and people who were at least commenters, so I'm going to say it again. That I am, when I'm finishing this book, I think I'm going to plan to finish this first. And then we have Ekte Sportsshelter, which is another library book that I need to finish quick to return it. But it's like, sorry, it's like a page of like the biography, and then you have the picture of the athlete. So it should be, yeah, quick read. It is, I'm doing a bingo board where one of the prompts is read a sports book. So yeah, biography about sports, I would say it's definitely a sports book. And then we have Hva frykter Israel fra Palestina? What is Israel fear from Palestine? All about that conflict. Again, a library book. And I've gotten like a note that I should return lots of library books. So I think might be one of them that I have to return soon. It is 90 pages ish, so not long. And then we have Secrets of the Seven Smallest States of Europe, a non-fiction book about Monaco, Malta, Vatican City, San Marino, Liechtenstein, and Luxembourg. So this would work pretty well for Eurovision Fund, which I'm doing right now, currently. So yeah, those are kind of the books that I'm focusing on today, or might at least pick up after this, because library, I mean you don't have to return them on time, library books, but like if you don't return them a long time after at least, because then you're kind of taking the book away from other people who want to read it as well. Not that. I mean, so some libraries have several copies of the same book and whatnot. But yeah, you know what I mean. Mm. Sorry. Okay. Let's move on. Pretty book. Yeah, very, very pretty book. I think, yeah, pretty book, this one book. And then Hermie's asking, what's the romance readathon you're doing? When will it be? Have you announced it already? I'm not making a readathon, I'm participating in it. So this is not one, well, that I'm making myself. I mean, I have a readathon, which is the hilarious readathon, which I did in January and then in April. I think I might do it again in September. But yeah, right now I'm participating in the Ever Afterathon, which is a readathon where you just kind of, it's teams, but it's not one where you get a prompt every now and then. It's just kind of like read a set of books, or like read book and you get like extra point for blah 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 blah. But you get points whenever, no matter what, for the amount of pages. So yeah, Ever Afterathon happens from the 1st of May. Sorry, to the 25th of May. So it's isn't the whole month, but it's kind of the whole month. It's a big chunk of a month. I mean, 25 days is a lot of month, no matter how you kind of slice it. So yeah, for that, as I said, you get points for the amount of pages to read, but you get extra points for reading romance and historical romance, extra points for reading, and then it's also there's your group theme. I'm part of the time travel group, so you get more points for reading time travel books. I'm actually doing a time travel audiobook, but as I said, my phone is being wonky, so I can't listen to a audiobook right now because my phone acting up. But yeah, I do have some time travel on my TBR that kind of feel like, you know what? I'm gonna pick you up this month. Like, I'm gonna take myself in by the neck. Like, I'm doing it now. And you might say, Renee, you love time travel books. Why do you have time travel books on your TBR? Why aren't they on your red shelf? Because I'm also a procrastinator. So I have books that I should have read years ago, but haven't because 42. I don't know. But you know what? Let's show you some books. We have Someone in Time by People. It's an anthology, a time travel anthology. And we have that one. And then we have. And then we have. For the have more. Okay, I thought I had more tangible books on my TB read physical reads, and then for some reason I didn't find more. But I mean, my think, yeah, probably have think I have more audiobooks. I believe there are more tangible books. Again, I have a lot of unread books. I have these books. I have books over there. I have books in some chairs. Like I have some hollow chairs with books. But yeah, I also have The Rearranged Life of Una Lookout, which I suppose I think this might be more like a time. It's like more like a time magic than a time traveling. But I feel like it's kind of one of those. It's one of those again words. Um, one of those again words. What I'm thinking about. Uh, uh, the movie where one day happens over and over again. This movie where that happens. Anyway, yeah, that's kind of like a time travel trophy. So yeah, I suppose the term for it is time loop, which I think this is slightly time loopy. I feel like that might work. So yeah. Well, let's do a bit more talking, and then we're gonna do another sprint because I have to pee, which happens to us all, really. What happens to us all? I'm so sick. I need to pee. I'm not sick. I just need to pee. Um, and then yeah, have me misunderstood. Yeah, I mean, maybe I'll arrange a romance readathon someday, but that's not what I'm doing right now. But yeah, fun that you thought that I was planning another one. Of that. Yeah, it was nice that you put that on me. But yeah, no, I'm not moderating or anything. I'm just participating in it. But yeah, that's the last comment right now. Okay, you know what? As I just said, I need to pee, and you need well. Yeah, well, let's go into another sprint. As usual, 72 minutes. We'll see you in a bit over an hour. Bye. We're back for the second to the bit. All depends on how you count it, but yeah. Oh, sorry. Give me a minute. Oh, yeah. How did that sprint go for you guys? Did you read some good words? Some good words. Did you read some good words? Did you do some adulting? Did you neither? I don't know what you plan to do. I got yeah, quite a few chapters further in this book, and honestly, right now I'm very much more enjoying it. I would say the part where she describes how it is in the UK, I would say like felt like more like a travelogue. Like when she was in Denmark, in Sweden, it was like just woods, just people. But in the UK and in France, you kind of realize more like, okay, this is a travelogue. It's more about places where they are and whatnot. But I suppose in a way I kind of understand that because I mean this book is written by a Norwegian, so for Norwegian traveling to Sweden or Denmark, I mean, it's different, but it's not necessarily very different because they're neighboring countries. So they are kind of similar to us in a lot of ways. I suppose that being said, not all neighboring countries are very similar, but yeah, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, pretty similar in a lot of ways. Um, but yeah, also turns out that the husband of the writer has gotten autism or autism diagnosis, which kind of adds another layer to the story, which is interesting. I mean, a lot of people are diagnosed with autism in their adulthood, so that's interesting. Mm, and it's where I'm right at now. They're in Spain. Spain actually has a lot of Norwegians who decided to move there, so that's kind of interesting. They meet a lot of Norwegians. There's lots of town where there's lots of Norwegian expats. Well, expats, yeah, I suppose in a way expats. A lot of Norwegian flee to Sweden, to Spain for to get more sun and whatnot. But yeah, I'm enjoying it a lot. I'm at page 140, and it is a 200-page book. So I'm again counting. I suppose I have 60 pages. Yeah, 60 pages left, more or less. So thinking I will definitely be able to finish it. Sorry, a bit of coughing. Isn't that fun? No, but yep. Okay, so also, um, yeah, also, yeah, so now we're at the 7th of May, so it's a new month since last time we saw each other sprinting. Last month it was April, uh, which, yeah, months do change. No, okay, but I have a point here. The thing is, in Norway, the 17th of May is Norway's national day. It's when we got our constitution. We got the constitution back in 1814, so 200 years old, more or less. So I decided that today, or right now, during this chatty bits, I'm gonna be talking a bit about historical books and historical romance and why I love them. Uh, I feel like people like read historical books for different reasons. Also, people read books in general for different reasons. A lot of people, I feel like, often you can hear people say like they read fantasy because fantasy can tell you something about the world that contemporary books can't. Science fiction can tell you something about the world that contemporary books can't. Like that's why you read something different because contemporary don't really give you the same vibe, the same ideas. I don't know. And I thought about this because people do ask, like, why do you like to read that book? Why do you read that book and not that? Or what do you like to read? And I thought about that. And I've read historical books for quite a while now, I would say. I've read historical romances for some years now. But like before that, I still also liked historical books. And what's about to say then? And yeah, I think honestly, with me, even though I do understand that you can understand the present by looking at the past. Like if you read a historical book about 1930s, I mean the rise of fascism, you might get some clues onto what's happening right now or whatnot. With me, honestly, I kind of feel like it's a kind of two-parted answer. One is am I gonna start with that one? Yeah. One is kind of shallow, but honestly, I quite like all the dresses, all the nice clothes they had back in the days. Like nice dresses. It's I suppose it's one of the reasons people often I feel like people think about like they like to watch Pride and Prejudice because of the dresses, all the Pride and Prejudice movies, and it's just beautiful dresses. And I like to read about beautiful dresses, so that's part of the reason. But the other reason I think for me is that I love underdogs. I love them so much. Like, if you're going to ask me a buzzword for me while reading or in general, I would definitely say underdogs. You know, the hero that's going against its dream, that has a lot of things going against them. And I feel like in both fantasy and other genres, but also I would say historicals, a lot of them are underdogs because not everyone is a prince, not everyone is a duke. A lot of people need help to get what they need, or they need stamina, or they need luck, or what do you say, to like yeah, to get the happily ever after. And yeah, I love underdogs, and I feel like historical books, historical romances, has a lot of underdogs, at least in my experience. So I'm also going to show you some of the books that I love. So we have The Lady Gets Lucky by Jenna Shoup. A lot of people, this I feel like this is kind of outlier because people often think, okay, historical romance or historical books, it's just about the Second World War, or it's just about a historical period in England, very often set in London. This historical romance set in 1880 in London. So yeah, I mean, I actually remember this makes me think about something I saw 5 years ago now. Time flies. But yeah, during the pandemic in that May, it was like a big, like a kind of a push to like help debut authors because there were people who were debuting or people who were giving out books, but they couldn't go to talk shows or whatnot, couldn't do signings. So there's a lot of things happening on YouTube. And I remember there was this one author who talked about historical romance or like historical books and how like historical means historical. It doesn't mean London. I mean history has happened everywhere, not just some places. And yeah, exploring how it was in the 1880s in New York during the Gilded Age is just very interesting and yeah, very fun. You have lots of up and coming people, or you have new money, old money. You have the different societies, different sets of society, and yeah, very much enjoy that. So yeah, Joanna Shoup has well, she has several series, but at least this series. Okay, I'm not an expert, but I know that at least this series takes place in New York. Believe maybe all of the series does. Again, I don't know why I'm saying that. I just kind of like historical romance or historical books, not set where you would think or where you would guess a historical book would be set. And then we have Anna Maria and the Fox by Liana de la Rosa. This one, yes, it takes place in London, but it's all about some Mexican sisters who come to London because there's a war in Mexico. They come to London to try to get help with the war effort. They try to talk to different people to get money, to get kind of to get interest around the war, to like get more help and whatnot. So it's not about two white people falling in love in England in the olden days. It's about Hispanic and and a black guy who falls in love, but in London. And yeah, definitely I would say an underdog story because they're both kind of against the stream. People have prejudice against them, and yeah, love this series. This is the first in a series trilogy. So you have two books out, and the third is coming out in August. Very much loving that. Then we have the Benevolent Society of Ill-Mannered Ladies, which is kind of an outlier in this bundle bundle of books because this is not a historical romance. It has a romance in it, but I would say it's more like the romance is more like a C plot than B or A plot, really. It's there, but it's slightly there. It's just hinted at, like, yeah. This is the first in the series. There's gonna be at least three books, and yeah, honestly, also this is kind of difficult, I would say, to describe because it's kind of in a way everywhere. Uh, because yeah, it's historical. About. It's not really about people. It's not a mystery book because from the get go, the main characters know like this and this guy kidnapped this and this person. But it's more like, okay, how are we going to stop them? Like, I suppose you could go to police, but the police were like, no, we can't stop that guy because that guy's a duke. A duke gets what they want. So yeah, it's kind of about stopping bad guys and I suppose living on the edge, living in the grey areas in a way. I suppose it's kind of Robin Hood-ish in a way. I mean, they help people, so I suppose in a way they're suppose they're kind of private eyes, but in a way that they don't solve crimes, they're more like stop bad guys in a way. Yeah. So yeah, it's very, very funny and yeah, entertaining and love it. Second book is coming out, well, actually came out yesterday. So yeah, I have that one pre-ordered. Then we have two books in the Lisa Kleypas series. We have Chasing Cassandra, and we have Devlin Spring. Devlin Spring has an autistic main character, which people also often sometimes say like, well, historical books. It's just about old people in the olden days, and it's not realistic, and blah 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 blah. Like, I mean, this is a main character with ADHD. This is the main character with autism. And people might say, like, autism is a new thingy. It's not. People have had autism since forever. It's just kind of haven't been diagnosed since this last few decades, I would say. Also, the same thing with ADHD. It's always been a thing. It's just now it's much more in the open. It's not so shameful as it used to be and whatnot. And yeah, I love these two books. These two books are historical romance, yes, but it's also very character based. It's not just I need to marry because I can't go around being unmarried in the past. But it's like they don't want to fall in love. Or they don't want that person to be in love with them. But like life happens, love happens, and yeah, love them. And then we have The Siren Sussex by Mimi Matthews. This has a main character that's actually not like I would say often a lot of historical romances has like main characters who are dukes or not duchesses or like they're big high up in society. This one has a main character who's I would say she's like the middle class. She has money, but she doesn't have like all the money. And yeah, she falls in love with a Indian who also works in trade. So like he's not a duke. Often it's about falling in love with a duke or earl or whatnot. This one isn't. Then we have The Duke Gets Desperate, which is all about a Palestinian American and a duke falling in love slowly, but they do still do. And it's also enemies to lovers. And yeah, it's also about new versus old, and yeah, it's just an amazing book. And then we have quite different one, I would say, Her Royal Spyness, which is a historical mystery, though take that with a pinch of salt because the dead body doesn't come in until like the page 100, and this is a book on like page like this is a book with 280 pages, so not a long book at all. But you get to know the characters first, so that is fun. And yeah, it's up in high society and whatnot. And this is the first in a series of books, and I love it so much. And then we have Bringing Down a Duke by Evie Dunmore, which is suffragettes, but also suffragettes and romance. And yeah, kind of love that you have like people are at the forefront, but also everyone wants love, everyone needs love. So yeah, this is a great series. And then we have two books in a series that's Norwegian, but I'm still going to tell you about it. Familiehemmeligheten og Vinterhjerter in Løfter i sand-serien. So this is all about yeah, historical romance. Well, some people say it's not romance. I would say it's romance because it's quite romance focused here and there. There's also drama and secrets and whatnot, but it's very much romance, I would say also. Uh, this it's set in the. Sorry, I'm gonna double check. Yeah, set in the 1800s during like 1812, 1810s around there. It's during a time where Norway was part of Denmark. It was Norway, Denmark. So all the nobilities and the king and whatnot was Danish, but you have some people who are still rich. They just the king and all was in Denmark, and it's kind of fun time in history to read about, and I'm very much enjoying it. There's drama, but it's not like full on too much drama. It's enough secrets to be entertained, but like not feel like a soap opera. This one yesterday, which I have a book talk up about, and I love it so much. A duke and a bookseller fall in love, and things happen, and yeah, love it so much. Could go on with more. No, you know what? I'm gonna stop it there, and I'm gonna go for some chats, some comments, and then we're gonna go another sprint. Give me a moment. Okay, yeah. So I gave you the link to the Ever After Fun announcement, and I said what the link was because we talked about that in the last Twitter bit. Luna showed up from bed. Sorry, Luna, you're still in a cold, with a cold. Doesn't sound nice, but hopefully you'll get better soon. I said that we're soon chatting, and then Luna rested a bit. Rested a bit. I read a bit in their book, Afloat, which you talked about earlier in the sprints or in the other sprints. It's a memoir about uh, living in a boat in London, which sounds interesting. Hermie rested a bit, rested more and a little. I more and a little, and rested a little. Maybe you napped and then you rested a bit. Or maybe you read a bit more. I feel like maybe there's a word that's missing there. Okay, yeah, it happens. Hi, Hermie from Luna. And then Hermie says, Hi, Luna. And then Luna says, probably not gonna celebrate the Constitution Day much. Might watch the children's parades on telly, but stay at home. Maybe. We'll see. Which, yeah. Oh, yeah. And then Hermie said brain fog, which happens. No worries. Yeah, I suppose it might also say that what my plan is for Constitution Day. Well, also kind of interesting. In a way, Constitution Day is a big day. Like every other day of the year, might people might say, "Oh, are you Swedish, Danish?" I'm like, "No, we're Norwegian. We're not like that. Doesn't really matter. People confuse us." But the Norwegian national day is like, "We're Norwegian." We have the Norwegian flag. There's all like every year there's big debate on like what flag you can use in the parades because you usually have lots of parades. You have parades with the primary school have a parade where they work in the parade, say hi, happy day, whatever stuff like that. You might sing songs in the parade. You have a marching band in the parade. Some places you have parades for the different working the different again words from the different officers, or like from the different working places. Like if a city has a university, they might have a university parade. So different things like that. You might have a parade for the football team. So yeah, lots of different parades. Uh, and it's kind of like contest for the kids to eat as much chocolate, sorry, eat as much ice cream as you can the whole day. Like, how many ice creams did you eat that day? Like, you can eat how many you want to. People, you use your own money, and you might. A friend of mine, I think, once ate like seven ice creams. Like, I never read ate that many, but like I might think maybe often I end up getting like four, which still four in one day is kind of a lot, but nice. Then you have again you have again words, brain foggy. You have games for the kids. You have hot dogs people often eat. You have speeches, of course, like talking about why they is important, why it's important, nice to live in Norway, blah blah blah. And it's it's not bad of a day, really, I would say. These last few years, I've been going to my sister's because her kids have. Yeah, yeah, just like what happening, but yeah, it's just Ginger who's cleaning the door and windows. But yeah, I'm going to my sister's. Her kids have a birthday on 19th of May, so we usually go there, spend the 17th of May, celebrate together, and then the 18th of the night or 19th we celebrate her kids. So yeah, I'm gonna do that, and yeah, today this year the 17th of May is also the day when it's Eurovision, so that's gonna be fun. And yeah, so I suppose for me it's gonna be like a day focused on the beginning of the day, because it's kind of like you have the parade that's for the kids, so it's 10, 11 around then, and then there's some speeches and some games, and then things might end up around like 5, 4, and then yeah, and in the evening there'll be Eurovision, at least for me. Curious to see that. Yeah, so that's what my plans is. And yeah, brain fog. Supposed to say the weather bits and rest of the bits, which yeah, nice. How many reading today? I don't think you said before. What are you reading? Tell me. I want to know what you're reading. But yeah, that's the end of the comments for now. And yeah, I'm thinking I'll go into another sprint. And you're supposed you might also ask like, what's gonna happen? How long I'm gonna sprint today? Because I sometimes sprint until 5, sometimes I sprint until 4. Depends a bit. Thinking I might sprint today until 5. Because I'm going to my parents for dinner, and that's 6. So yeah, so I'll do 2 more sprints. Hermes reading the Black Feathers. I think you might have said that before. I'm not sure what it's about. But Rebecca Newley. Is it horror? For me, it kind of sounds like a horror book. Maybe it's not. What's it all about? Is it a fantasy book? Dark fantasy? Uh, Nestle, not Newley. Nestle. Rebecca Nestle. Haven't heard about that book. Is it a good book? I suppose maybe you can't really focus on it since your fibromyalgia is acting up. Or maybe is it slightly good? I don't know. Historical Gothic. Interesting. I like that in words that under subgenre. So yeah, nice. But yeah, I'm thinking we'll go into another sprint. I suppose maybe you also might think like, see it today, because I usually do games during my sprints, strategy bits. I'm thinking I'll do games maybe next strategy bits, but also like Luna is here and Hermes is here in chats, yes, but they're both sick. So I'm like, do you want to do chatty bits? Chatty bits. Do you want to do uh, uh, trivia and quiz, or maybe you're too tired to do that? If you want to do it, I'll do it. But if not, I mean, I'm not gonna force you to do something you're not in the mood for. So yeah, but it will be the next later today. So yeah, 72 minutes from now. Happy reading. Well, so I just finished by like 5 minutes. I finished Null Stress by Julie Walser, the travelogue I talked about earlier. And yeah, oh no, very good book. I would say maybe it's honestly a bit more about life and modern life than it's about travel. Though again, towards the end, it became more about travel than just life. But yeah, it's both about life, but also about places. I would say, and also people. But yeah, I did quite enjoy it. It was a good read. Um, honestly, I kind of feel like because this book, gonna check out. They did. It came out last year, and I can't believe. Like, I mean, yes, it's written by Norwegian. It's a Norwegian, actually, a Norwegian blogger that writes this book. But honestly, I feel like a lot of things she talks about can be can be talked about and can be relevant for people a lot of places. At least I would say, like in Europe, at least. So I feel like this. Honestly, if people were to translate this to English, Swedish, Danish, I think that would. I think it definitely would have an audience because it talks about a lot of interesting ideas and thoughts, and yeah, quite like it, quite enjoy it. So yeah, that one I do recommend. And yeah, and then next, like in next sprint, I'm probably gonna think I might start this one, or I might start this one. I feel like because as I said, I kind of feel like I should prioritize these library reads. Again, maybe I'll end up picking up this book. I don't know, but yeah, one of these library reads at least. I think I'm gonna do. Also, I did say earlier that I'm going to my parents for dinner today. But they changed the time for the dinner, so I'll doing another sprint. Then adding another sprint I didn't plan to. So I'll be sprinting um until 6 my time. So for another 3 hours at least. So I suppose in that way, maybe yeah, I can't figure out time. So maybe it won't really be that much more of many more sprints. I don't know. Yeah, I'll decide before the last sprint, and I'll tell you when the last sprint is the last sprint. But like, yeah, now it's soon 3 my time. So yeah, at least another sprint, and then I suppose we could do like a short last sprint. I don't know. Anyway, yep. Let's and of course, yeah. How did your sprints go? Did you nap? Did you did you argue, or did you kind of fight with your body, or did you read a bit? And yeah, let's see what happened in the chat since last time. Paula joined us and said hi. Renee in chat, popping in to hug the like button. I said hi, Paula. And then Didi came in. I was about to say hi. Renee came in, but that's me. Popped in to say hi and tap the like button, which is always appreciated. And then I said 5 minutes until we talk again. So yeah, people are thinking about what they want to say. I don't know. But I think like do you guys want to do a trivia today, or do you not want to do it today? I mean, both Luna and Hermie aren't feeling great, so I don't know. If you are up for it, I'll do it, and I think I might maybe do it now. But yeah, we'll see. Also, a moment. Rebecca's kind of been lost. Well, I suppose Rebecca. No, before today she was supposed to cut the grass outside, and then she's go in to read. Maybe her grass is big that she's taking a long time to cut it. I don't know. She hasn't been back, so that's well. I mean, it's fine. It is what it is. So yep. Mm. You might have noticed this. I changed my clothes because I've been sitting outside in the sun, and after a while, I kind of felt like the sun isn't going away, and it was kind of hesitant. It was kind of getting warmer and warmer. So what I can't. And I was sitting outside in a black pants, so like, no, I can't do this. It's too warm. So I changed. So yeah, that is that. Hear me sleepy? Going to nap? Good. Take care of your body. That's good. Yeah. So Hermit is sleepy. I want to nap. I'm kind of thinking maybe Luna is also napping because she hasn't said anything uh, since the last sprint, which is fine. I don't know if Paula and Didi are sprinting or if they're just like sprint hopping. I feel like they could be. They don't look like they are now. Okay. Yep. You know what? Let's do another sprint. Let's just go with another one. And yeah, since this will short chat a bit, this will not be the last sprint. Just FYI. I'm back. So yeah, I know I said 5 minutes, 10 minutes ago. I can't count. I don't know. Yeah, I mean 5 minutes, 10 minutes. What's the difference? Not that much. Yeah. So this last sprint I started and finished Ekte Sportshjältar, which was one of the books I've might pick up said. And it's kind of a picture and a biography of an athlete. A lot of these I already knew about. Some of them I didn't know about. And also it's kind of interesting because this was a book about athletes from all of the world, which I kind of liked. It wasn't just about Europe or uh, the Northern Hemisphere. It was people from Ghana, from India, all around the world. So quite like that. But yeah, it was a good book, I would say. I would say some of these people I was like, yeah, interesting enough. I suppose maybe if I was more into sports, I would like this more. But right now, like, I suppose it's a bit weird because I kind of like those biography books. But I suppose, like, before, when we have, like, uh, good night stories for rebel girls or those kinds of books, they're often like, yes, they're like Hillary Clinton, like, people like Malala Yousafzai, etc., etc., like people we have heard about. But like I feel like they're more than just kind of good in their field. They're also, I suppose, that's also the deal here. They're more than good in sport. They're also something more. But I don't know. I feel like the other biography books I've read, I feel like this people, the stories are kind of bigger, more interesting. I don't know. I don't know if I'm saying it correctly or not. I I'm not sure. Maybe I don't know. But yeah. So yeah, I have finished this one. So that was an interesting enough read, really. I would say. Yes, I've kind of gotten a bit tired. So I kind of felt maybe actually going to just do one more sprint and not do two sprints, as I said I might do. You know what? I think I'm going to do one last sprint. Um, and then think I'm probably going to do one of these because I mean, logically, I kind of it's very much like a library day today. But yeah, I kind of need to get to library books. So yeah, I think I'm going to do at least start one of these two. I'm going to finish them. Yeah, this is 200 pages, so I won't finish that in one day, in 1 hour. This one I might because it's under 100 pages, I believe. Yeah, it's like 98 pages. So yeah, and yeah, people did show up in this last sprint, so let's say hi to them. Chantal said hi, good morning, popping in to say hello. Probably sure you're gonna say hello and hug the like button, which nice. Hi Chantal. And then Olivia came, going to eat something and take some meds because I'm starting to have a headache. Headaches, no fun. And I said 5 more minutes. Well, end up being more than that. Hermie mostly napped. Pain had woken her up. They're up again. So trying to read again to distract. Loving the black feathers. Okay, so you were sleeping, but you woke up because it was so painful. My God, then that has to be very, very painful. I feel like for me, in my experience, if I'm sick or something and I'm so sick that I sleep, I often sleep for a long time and then I wake up and then I feel at least a bit better. But you being woken up by your pain, yeah, that's your big fibromyalgia. Yeah. Hmm. It's typical Gothic lyrical writing. Yeah, the book you're reading, was yeah, the Black Feathers, and you're loving it. Good. It's very typical Gothic lyrical writing style. That's so atmospheric. Oh yeah, nice, nice. I I can't honestly say I've read a lot of Gothic books, but I do kind of like. gothic movies. So it's just like, what's a gothic movie? But I would say, like, for example, Bleak House by Charles Dickens. I would say that's gothic. I mean, I suppose also in a way, I would say Jane Eyre. I suppose maybe if there's anything that's kind of mystery, someone's hiding in the attic, that was kind of gothic. Well, I don't know. How do you define gothic? There probably is a definition to it, but I can't be asked to check it out right now. So yeah, yes. I don't know what happened to other people. Yeah. Also, yeah, I have said that I might do like quiz and trivia later on today. I mean, now can't be later on. But you know what? I kind of think I will do it next week because, as I said, I'm kind of feeling a bit tired. I'm gonna do one more sprint, but I think today will skip the quiz. Yes, I will not do it. It's possible to do a day without a quiz. It's weird, but it's possible. Yes. This next sprint, I'm kind of feeling that I'm feeling a bit tired. I feel like, again, I feel like I want to start one of these, but I feel like also I have other stuff that, like, I kind of want to take a trip to library, which it's not that far away from me, so that's easy because I did finish some of the books. And then I might listen to a bit to a podcast. There's a cool Norwegian podcast all about advice, so I might listen to that. And then, yeah, reading one of these, a bit in one of these, is the idea. Yeah, I'm just gonna slip. What's the thing I'm talking about? I'm just gonna start another and last. As I said, this will be the last sprint of today. Bye. Bye. Sounds dramatic, but bye for now. Happy reading. And we're back. So yeah, I just realized even though the dinner's later than originally planned, I kind of still want to go to my parents at a decent time. Not that an hour later is that undecent, but yeah. So this sprint for me, I went to a library, returned some books, and then I just kind of, I suppose my brain or my body just caught up with me because, as I said earlier, I woke up very early today. I woke up around 6 in the morning. I couldn't sleep again. Well, I slept a bit, but not much. So yeah, lately, well, this last hour, 2 hours, I've been feeling a bit tired, and I realized, oh yeah, I'm tired, not exhausted, but tired because I woke up so early. Because sleep is important. So I ended up taking a little nap on my couch. I napped for like 20 minutes and then a knock on my door happened. Like, what? A knock on my door? What's going on? I went and opened the door because I thought maybe my parents are just visiting. Oh, what's happening here? It was weird. I opened up and it turned out to be my neighbor. And I went over, opened the door, and she's like, "Oh, you're here." I'm like, "Yeah, this is where I live." Because she was supposed to talk to one of my neighbors, and she thought the neighbor lived here, but I mean, I live in the fourth floor. The fourth floor has many apartments, so yeah, I said no, no, someplace else. And I told her, of course, she could go and check out where people live. We have like post boxes in the first floor, but this is a little woman. She's like, oh, I have to walk down again. I think maybe she probably just looked around in the fourth floor because probably, yeah, walking up and down. Because the issue is that the elevator isn't working, and she was gonna ask this one guy to fix the elevator. So yeah, having walked to the wrong apartments, kind of not not nice. Well, not prudent, but yeah. So yeah, the bus, because I take the bus to my parents. Well, take two buses. It goes in like about, well, I suppose right now it's 20 minutes, but I always kind of like have a bit of time to talk, and then I don't have to rush down to the. And sometimes actually the bus goes like a minute or two before it should go. So yeah. But yeah, I packed. I have bought some things for my nephew. I have packed my knitting because knitting always nice to have. And yeah. So yeah. I think that's it for today. It's been fun to talk to you and chat with you guys for today. And I've managed actually to finish two books, which I'm quite pleased with. Let's quickly go through the comments. I don't know if you're hearing that. Seems maybe some people hooligans, footballers took outside, so maybe it's a football match today. Maybe. Hermit thinks the definition would be along the lines of Gothic, dark themes, often supernatural with romanticism or romance, I think. Yeah. So yeah, I kind of get that. So it's probably like Dracula would be Gothic and horror, I'm thinking. Yeah. And that's said I ignore the banner because there's going to be no quiz. And then I said I'd do a shorter sprint. Hermit got to chapter 23 and had snuggles with Isabel. Oh, sounds nice. And then thanked me for the company, which, yeah, Hermit, thank you for the company. It was nice to have you here as well. And thank you to Olivia, to Didi, to Paula, for Rebecca, everyone that showed up, Luna, everyone that showed up sometime today. It was nice to see all of you guys. And yeah, if you want to sprint more, Didi's still sprinting for Cookie. And Cookie, the reader phone Cookie, is having like sprints all the time, more or less, this month. So always someone sprinting. So that's you just type in Cookie and you'll find someone sprinting. Well, I suppose you could always just check out the Book to Bible, but yeah. Yeah, it's been nice. I'm feeling a little bit tired. I did sleep, but it was just half an hour. I mean, I won't really have time to go in now, but yeah, it's been nice. It's been fun. See you later. Bye.